Okay. So we just have a few examples left, not much to do. All right, so as I explained before, the measures of central tendency are very important. So the set of numbers that you've got there at the bottom, the first thing you would always need to do is arrange them from the smallest to the biggest number. So first do that before we can start calculating in the different ways. So first do that. So the first number would be 72. Then the next number. Okay, there's only 181. Okay, the next number. 82. 85. Is there only 185? There are 3 85s. So you write them all down. The next one. 88. Next one. 90. And then 91. Okay. Then you have to make sure that they're all there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Do you also have 9? Okay. So let's first start. So calculating the mean, it's the average of the data set. So this means it's the total of the set of numbers that you have divided by the number of numbers that you have. Okay. So we are going to add all these numbers together and then divide by, how many are they? 9. Okay, so that's how you get your mean. So quickly calculate that way. So to calculate the mean, you have to take the total or the sum of these numbers and then you divide by how many they are. Yeah, so it's the sum. So add them all together divided by how many they are, which is 9. So that's how you get your mean. In the chat box, you can give the answers. You can give your answer to the nearest 2 decimal points. Good. Thank you for the answers in the chat box. It should be 84.33, not 84.34. Should be 84.33. So according to my board, there it is. I just listed down the numbers, but you guys obviously were supposed to add them. Then you get 759. Then you divide that by 9, and then you get your 84.33, and that's your mean. Okay. So now we're going to calculate the median. There are some wrong answers in the chat. It's not 85, it's supposed to be 84.33. So just make sure you put in the right numbers. It's supposed to be first 72, 81, 82, 85, 85, 85, 88, 90, 91. So remember, you've got 3 85s. (72, 81, 82, 85, 85, 85. So you've got 3 85s, and then 88, 90, 91. Okay, so if you have it in that order, then you should have the right answers. So for those in the chat box, I'm going to type for you quickly. So it's 72 plus 81 plus 82 plus 85 plus 85 plus 85 plus 88 plus 90 plus 91. Okay, then you get a total of 759. Then you divide by 9. Then you get 84.33. So remember, even if you had a set of 5 numbers, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so how many numbers are they? 5. So you'd have to add them, right? And then you divide by 5. So it would be 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 divided by 5 to get your mean. All right. Okay, so median. Yeah. Okay. So for example, you didn't necessarily have to arrange it in order now to get your mean, but for the other measures of central tendency, it's always better if it's in that order so that it's easier for you to calculate the others. So the median, it says, is the number in the middle of an arranged set. Okay, so here we've got 9 numbers, right? And that's an odd number. So obviously there will be a middle number. Okay, but in the case where you have an even set, when you come to the middle, obviously then there's nothing. So what happens there is you have to take those 2 numbers, correct me if I'm wrong, colleagues, you have to take those 2 numbers, the 2 middle numbers, add them together and then divide by 2 to get the median. All right.
So not the numbers that we arranged from smaller to bigger.
Yeah, it's these numbers. So let me just quickly show you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So as you can see there on the board, the number that I've circled is the middle number. Okay, so obviously you have to start, you have to find your middle number. So if you have a data set of let's say 21, okay, then you have to find what is your middle number. If it's of 10, then obviously your middle number is between 5 and 6. That's an even number. So you have to take the number 5, the 5th value plus the 6th value, add those 2 together and then divide by 2. Okay, so I'm quickly going to make up a data set here, another example just to show you, but of even numbers only. Okay, so I have this data set over there and you can see there are 6 numbers, right? So then to get the median of that, what I have to do is I have to take the 15 and the, I have to take the 11 plus the 15 and then divide by 2. Okay, so quickly do that and tell me what answer you get. Yes, Rama? From the organized numbers. This one in green is just a second example. Yeah. So this is in the case when you've got a data set of an even number. Okay, you've got 6 numbers on one side, 6 numbers on one side. Then you have to take the 2 middle numbers, add them together, get the average. In the case where they are arranged from smallest to biggest and they're odd numbers, then the middle number that will be standing alone in the middle, that's your median. So our median in this example here of the numbers that we've arranged on the slide is 85, okay. And of the one that we have on the green board? Okay, so then just for my Zoom friends, you take 11 plus 15 divided by 2, then you get 13. So then your median would be 13. Okay, so in the exam, you could get the numbers just arranged as a set, and then they tell you, and then in the next question, it would be identify which number is your median. Then obviously you have to do the calculation, and then you have to select the correct answer. Okay, that's how we're supposed to do it. All right, next is the mode. So mode is the number that appears the most in the data set that you've gotten. So which number is appearing the most? 85, okay. And then sometimes you will find that there are some numbers, you've got two sets of numbers that are repeating both equally. So you could have had 72 appearing 3 times, 85 appearing 3 times, okay. In that case, then you can have 2 answers. Yeah. Because then it's equal. They're appearing the same number of times. Okay. Yes. If it's calculating your mean only, then you don't need to arrange. But because the measures of central tendency require you to have them in, otherwise, how would you know which one is your median, your middle number, if it's not arranged from smallest to biggest? You understand the logic. So just do it like that already from the beginning, so that when you go along answering each question, then you already have it as that. Then you don't have to go and rearrange again. Okay. All right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The 2 middle numbers. Yeah, you add them together and then you divide by 2. So get the average of the 2 middle numbers. Yeah, for your median. Okay, and then the range says highest value minus your lowest value. So what's our highest value here? 91. So minus 72, then you get 91 minus 72, then you get 19. Okay, so I think this is pretty basic. Okay, so your range is the highest value in your set minus your lowest value, which is why, again, you need to arrange it. Because if you don't, then you're going to have to look in the whole set and see which one is lowest. And then you have to put your finger here and your finger there. Instead of having arranged it, then you know your first number, which is the smallest, your last number, which is the biggest. Easy peasy. Okay. I think that one is a bit straightforward, ne? Okay. So let's move on to the last example of this session. Okay, so time is a very big problem, even the way we say it. It's 1/4 the hour of. What is 1/4 the hour of? It's either 9:15 or not 1/4 the hour of 9. Of course, it will be 9:15, not the hour of 9, because it will never be 1/4 the minute of 9. You understand? So the way sometimes we can't calculate time is also the way we can't say it, is the way sometimes we also can't read it. And sometimes that can be preference, that sometimes that can be whether you are a person with dyslexia or not. You'll find sometimes people have watches that have numbers, some that don't, a clock with a time, with hands, or just numbers themselves. So depending on that, then people can say time differently, but you should be able to know time, basic time. So the first question is 1 hour equals to 60 minutes. That's right, ne? Okay. And then 1 minute equals to 60 seconds. Correct? So how many seconds are in an hour? How did you calculate that? 60 times 60 seconds. So the answer there is okay. That's the number of seconds in an hour. My Zoom friends, thank you very much. I got a correct answer there. I hope everybody knows how we did that. So it's basically 60 seconds multiplied by 60 minutes. And that's how you get the number of seconds in an hour. 60 times 60, my friend, smiling, not 6 times 60. Okay. All right. So if that one is clear, then we can move on to the next example, which is the last example. So again here, read your question, know what they are asking you, know what they need, because you're going to give me now answers of what I don't need. Okay, so the question says, OK Furniture will be having a festive season sale. All sofas will be sold at a discount of 25%. Jaden is interested in leather sofas with a price tag of 25,000 Namibian dollars. With a discount of 25%, how much money will Jaden pay for these leather sofas? What is the question asking you? He's getting a discount of 25%. How much will he pay for the sofa at the end? It's not asking you how much he will save. It's asking how much you will pay for the sofa after he's gotten the discount. Do you see the difference between this one and the question we did before? The question that we did before in the first example was asking how much was he saving? So that was the discount. But this is asking after saving or after getting the discount of 25%, how much is he now going to pay for the sofas? Let's calculate that quickly. Chat box, I'm waiting for those answers. Oh, it's the wrong answers. Wrong answers. I see one correct answer. Correct answer. The people in this chat box on Zoom, don't just copy the other people's answers because you can see them. Make sure your calculation is correct. So I'm going to do it now on paper as well, on the whiteboard, and I'll share that with you. So that's question A. So remember, it's asking you how much is the couch now after the 25% discount. So for those that got the wrong answers, I hope your working is correct. So you didn't necessarily have to do the 1/4, but I just simplified it just to make it a simpler fraction to show you that 25% is basically a quarter. All right, it's a quarter. So your discount is a quarter of the original price. You understand that? So when you hear somebody saying 25%, then it's basically a quarter of what the couch costs. Good. I hope that's clear. Thank you very much for the answers in the chat box. Okay, so moving on to question B. Since you have your answer, if Jaden pays 18,900, How much more did he spend? So that one should be fairly easy. Obviously, you must know that if your first answer is wrong, the second answer is also wrong. And no, you will not get marks for working because you obviously didn't work right in the first question. So this one should be straightforward. What's the answer? Chat box, I need the answers flowing in fast. Chat box answers come through, come through. Ooh, I already saw a wrong answer there. Thank you for the answers in the chat box. Okay, guys, how much? 150, ne? That's how much more he spent. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Okay. So guys, that's the end of my session. I hope I have done justice to covering some of the foundations of this, because then moving forward, hopefully Malima and Taimi will be kind to you.
This is how you're doing it. So you can do this. Wait. Okay, let's take this one.
You share there.
See? So now we're sharing. So if you come here, see, you can annotate. So now you can write.
But it won't appear there.
Ah,
But make it full screen. Maybe it will appear. Oh no, it can't.
cannot. This is and that.
Full screen it again. Okay. Oh, it's already there, it seems. Okay, bye to my friends in Zoom. That's it.
Yeah.
So you can do 2 screens at once.
Just try because of the video screen. So normal teaching that works. Try this. Show this. This is not. Stop. I see what is going on. So you are.
What's it hot? That means somebody that will
See.
just switch off. switch off that because it's now. It's not that. The presentation.
Just stop share, then there is a presentation.
But it can't. So I have to
Now,
like.
now you can.
Oh. Oh my gosh, where were you?
Yeah.
I'm so angry now.
Clear. So you have to.
Just open yours. Yes, please open mine. So I don't. Mine is. That one person.
Open it. Say share screen. See if we can unmute.
Oh, you know what? Geniuses shouldn't stay out that long.
Okay. Okay, guys, I just quickly want to check with everyone in Zoom. Are you still there? Are you still awake? Okay, let me just see some of the chats here. Okay. Okay, so to conclude, maybe just one last message from my side. What I've noticed with looking over the shoulder of some of our students attending in class is two things. You need to remember to take a stepwise approach. Okay, so sometimes the question overwhelms you and you need to answer a lot of things in that question, but always ask yourself, what is the question, what information is the question already giving me? And that is know. That is, or there's always a component that you know, and then there's another component that they would ask you convert it or work out, whatever the case might be. And what I also see with some of the students doing the calculations now in their handwriting, they would start writing the calculation and then they will continue like horizontal. Then the question becomes like quite long. In calculations, try to write under each other, or how do I say? Yes, so you've got like, if you have all the, like a notebook in front of you, use the different lines. So if you get that, then this is the answer, and then this would be your next step. That just gives a little bit of a logical flow to how you get to your answer. If it's like this, then you get lost. Because that's just an observation that I've noted with some of you. So trying to do it in that way. Okay, I think everyone's back in, so I'm going to introduce Tommy to continue here. And yeah, you've got your pen and everything is set up. So, okay. This is such a
Hello, everyone. Again, my name is Taimi. Let me take off my mask because this is gonna exhaust me. So, how do I take this off? This part. This part. Minimize. Okay. Okay. So now we're gonna go through the most complex mathematics. And this is where most of our, when we do your examinations, this is where we see how you understand the question, what we are asking, and how you get mixed up in the whole question. Eh? So now, this is my idea. Technology. Okay. All right. So for our basic math, Frida had already introduced to you guys the basic math. So what you do is, in this case, you concentrate on what the question is asking you. And that's where the part where we most miss when it comes to answering the question. So what do you have in your question and what do you need to answer the question? Okay. And you must always write down your formula and what you need, that's what you replace with an X, as Frida said previously. And you should always consider your units in terms of whereby you have different units. Make sure they cancel each other out, and the answer that you have, it should always have units. Ne? You mustn't just write 15. I don't know if it's 15 sweets or is it 15 mils of water. Is it? You must always, if they ask you sweets, you say 15 sweets. If they ask you how many mils of juice should I give you, you say it's 15 mils of juice. Eh? Okay. So if there's more than one answer, you should always break down your question and say question A, and then you answer per question. Eh? If it's a complex question, you break it down. You find the formula, you answer the question, and then you move on. Eh? So, and your answer, you should always have it makes sense. With the example that Frida gave you, a bottle and the juice bottle. If you have to put 50 mils in that 750 ml of water, it will not be also 50 mils in the small bottle because that volume is small. So the amount of water that or juice that you have to put in that bottle is less than the one that you have in the 750. So your answer should always make sense. Let's see, okay. So now we are moving on to dilutions. Dilutions mean you have gotten a higher concentration. Now you need to dilute it, right? If you have Oros that is very concentrated, the Oros you buy in a shop is very concentrated. You can't take that and drink it. You have to dilute it. So your Oros becomes your dilute. That is what you dissolve in water. And your water becomes your diluent because that's where you are dissolving. You understand? Ne? It's the same as your diluent of creams are aqueous cream, emulsifying ointment, any base that you have in the pharmacy. Ne? So we have different types of dilution methods, right? So when you're diluting creams, we have this equation. I'm sure you guys know it already. This is the standard equation. If they say dilute, if they just use that word in a question, dilute Oros to this type of percentage, this is the first question you must have in your head. Write it down already. So you have the weight of the cream that you are using multiplied. Yes, that's weight of the cream. You multiply it with the percentage of your concentration that you have, right? Which should be equivalent to the weight that is required multiplied by the percentage that you also require. You understand? It's just a standard question. It's just a standard formula. You don't have to like have it in your head and whatnot. You just have to have it on paper and say, this is the formula, okay? It's the same that applies to alcohol dilutions. If you have to dilute the volume, it's the volume of the alcohol you have multiplied by the percentage of that alcohol. If your percentage is 96% and your volume that you have is this, let's say 1,000, right? So 1,000, that is multiplied by the 96%, okay? Now you are asked to now, okay, what are we making? Let's say they want you to make 65%. But you only need 100 mils. You get it? You only need 100 mils, and your 100 mils should only have 65% of the alcohol. You get what I'm saying? So 65% of the alcohol is what you require. So it goes on the other side of the equation. Your mils, you only require 100 mils. It goes on the other side as volume required. But what you have in the pharmacy is 96%, and that 96% is in 1 liter. And that is what you have here. You understand, right? So these two equations, right? The original equation that you can use is C1 multiplied by V1 equivalent to C2 multiplied by V2. Your C1 is your concentration, either in mils or either in a cream form or whatever. In V2, this part that you have here is how much you need as the percentage you have in the pharmacy. You get it? As I gave you an example of the alcohol. C1 is exactly the same. Can you see? Your dilution of creams and alcohol dilution. Those two equations are the same. Can you see? These two equations, this one, let me just check. Okay, yeah. This part that you have here and this part that you have here and this part, C1 is exactly the same, right? You can either choose to write that whole, the whole equation, this one, or you can either choose to write this part. Yes, you understand? Okay, let me put it. Okay. So moving on. So if you don't use that equation, right, you're not comfortable with that equation, there's another equation where we use a dilution factor. So you're trying to find the same as the basic math that Frida was teaching you is what you're using here. You understand? So here you have dilution factor is equivalent to the strength of the concentration divided by the strength of the dilute solution, right? So you're trying to see how much of your sugar is going to go in the 100 mils of water, how many times it's going to go there. So if you have, let's say 100 mils, right? And your oros is 5 mils, how much is your oros going to go in 100 mil of water? You understand, right? So you're going to use the fraction part that Frida was teaching you. Okay, so let's say you have water, sorry. Your water, you know what H2O is, right? It's 100 mils, right? Your oros is 5 mils, right? How many times is your oros going to go in 100 mils? Give me the answer. The Zoom people, are we okay? No one is saying anything? Oh, apparently volume. Yes, Leonora, 20 times, right? Okay. So that you see already in 100 mils, your oros is going in 20 times. So that is the factor, that is your dilution factor. That is what you're going to use in any other volume that you're given. You understand? So let's say your volume that you're given, instead of making 100 mils, you're making 500 mils, right? So your volume of concentration would be volume of dilute solution divided by your dilution factor that you got. So let's say our volume of dilute solution is a 500 ml. We divide it by the answer we got earlier, okay? Which is 20. So how much will that be? It's 25. 25, ne? Is that what you got? 500 divided by 20. Hmm? Let me use my calculator. Where is it? Oh, I have it. Thank you. Divided by 20. So you got 25. It makes sense because now the volume of oros that you need is more for 500 mils than it was for 100 mils. Can you see? Then when you get an answer that is lower than 20, you are like, no, it can't be because now I'm making a 500 mil, right? Oh, okay. I'm making a 500 mil. I need more oros than I needed for a 100. You understand? So the answer should also make sense for you. You shouldn't just put an answer there just because it's what you got. You must also question, is the answer correct? You understand? Okay, so now we're gonna go to, let me erase this. Now we're gonna go to the next slide and do more calculations. So we are okay, right? So you can use the C1V1 equals to C2V2, or you can use the one that we just did previously. Okay, now we're gonna do an exercise. So it says calculate the quantities of the ingredients required to prepare 20 grams of diflucoatolone valerate ointment of 0.025 mess per mess. Okay, that is percentage, right? That is your question. Okay, so what you have in your pharmacy, so your ointment containing diflucoatolone valerate 0.1% is available on your shelf, right? So the recommended dilute for this is you can use your white soft paraffin or you can use your Vaseline. So what you need to do first, you go step by step. You don't miss anything. So I put everything here for you. Step by step, you consider what you have and what you need, right? So what we have in this question, okay, we have your 20 grams of diflucoatolone. You have your, that 20 grams that you are required to make is of 0.025%. That is what you are required to make, okay? They said, okay, make for me, the prescription is written, make for me 20 grams, which should have 0.025, okay? But you in your pharmacy, when you go on the shelf, you have only 0.1% of the diflucoatolone. Now you need to dilute that 0.1 to 0.025. So, okay, so you can use this equation, C1, V1, okay? Okay, let me put C1, V1 is equivalent to C2, V2. What do we have? C1 is what? What did we say? Is the weight of the cream that is being used, what you have on the shelf, right? What you have on the shelf is the weight, which they did not say. They only gave us what? The percentage. They only gave us the percent, so we put the X there. Okay? Multiplied by your V1 is the percentage of your concentration that you have on the shelf, which is 0.1. You understand? Do you understand the question? Must I go back to the question? Okay. Let me just erase this. You must write it down, eh?
Just follow this one example.
Yes.
I know when explaining this, the more you do it,
Mm.
you will grasp it. So let's just continue.
Okay. Okay. So let's say C1 here, V1, C2, V2. Yes. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yes. Yes. The same concept that Frida was teaching you. When it's like that, it means multiply. Yes. Okay. So there are comments here. Yes, please. Okay, Olivia already gave the answer. Just let's see if Olivia's answer is correct. So your C1 here, what did we say the C1 was? ne? Is the weight of what you have on the shelf, which we did not get in this question. Can you see? In this question, you only got 20 grams, which was supposed to be the one you're preparing, and that 20 grams should have 0.025. So in this one, what you have on the shelf is only 0.1%, but they did not give you how much you have. They just said 0.1%. So your X here is your C1. Okay, understand? Do you understand?
C1 is what you
Is there did you write the formula that I told you the other time? The first formula that I gave you. Did you write it down on the previous slide? Write down the formula. Let me show you the formula, ne? Yeah, you can write. Yeah, you can just write it for me. Yeah. Your formula is this one. The first one. Let's see. Write that formula down. So it's the weight of your cream that is available and multiplied by the percentage of that cream that you have, ne? In your pharmacy. Yes. Equivalent to the weight that you require and the concentration that you require. Do you understand? Yes, which is exactly the same as what Frida wrote on the board. Can this case so that you can see? Okay. Do you guys understand so far? As I move on. Okay. Lucia, we are at the dilution question. We went back. We are going to start over. Ne? So you can understand. So now we are writing only the question. You wrote the question down, ne? Okay. You wrote it down. Moving on. Let me see what this guy is saying on Zoom. C1 V1 is equivalent to the same question that is written above, Evelina. So weight of your cream that you have multiplied by the percentage of that cream that you have, ne? So your weight is C1. The weight of the cream in the pharmacy is C1. The percentage of that cream is your V1. You understand? Okay. Equivalent to the weight required, your weight, your concentration that you require, the mass that you're gonna have to make, ne? From the previous cream that you're gonna make is your C2. Ne? Your V2 is now how much of the active ingredient is going to be in that total. Ne? Your percentage that you're going to make in the cream that you have. Let's say you're going to make betamethasone 25% in 100 gram, right? So you have 100 gram that you need to, the doctor said make 100 gram, but it should have betamethasone 25% only, okay? But you go on your shelf in your pharmacy and you find a different strength of betamethasone, right? Let's say you only find 50 tube of betamethasone, but that betamethasone is 15%. Can you see that there's a difference? You need to actually find what cream you have in your pharmacy, what percentage is it, and how much you are supposed to be making out of that. You understand so far? Do we? Mhm. It's a standard form. That's what I'm saying. You can, you. It's a standard form. You can either choose to use this or you can choose to use the equation itself. Yes, that's why I'm using it just for to make it shorter, because I cannot write that whole thing down and then, yeah, it's going to be a lot of work. You understand? But it's exactly the same. You understand? C means concentration. Yes, Namwea said C means concentration and V means the volume. You can take it like that. Is why is the weight called C and V? Oh, okay. This one's answering each other on Zoom. Okay.
But I think it's important to understand this, otherwise if you don't
Yes.
understand the formulary, then you won't be able to do the calculation.
Yes.
And what is a little bit confusing to grasp is that we're working towards a diluted form. So you're going from a concentrated form to a diluted form. Okay, so in other words, that the concentrated form, which is C1, and the volume that that concentrated form is in is C2. It can also be written as the concentration of, the weight or the volume of the concentrated solution or cream going into a diluted form, which is then the 2. So going from the 1 to the 2, from a concentrated volume to a diluted volume. And it's a standard formulary, so if you know that, then you can play around with it. She will show you how we're going to do it.
Okay, so Miss Willette was saying, the formula means you are coming from a concentrated mass to a diluted mass. That is what she was saying. Can you guys hear me now? Okay, so you need to dilute your concentration from 1, and then you dilute it to concentration, which is 2. That is why you have C1V1, of which yours is concentrated, to C2V2, which is diluted. You understand? Okay. Let me go back. Is it even
Well, just like we always use the terms, oh no, I want a sanitizer which has 70% alcohol, not one that has 50% alcohol. What do you mean? You understand? Obviously, the one has more alcohol than the other. You know, theoretically and in practical life, we're like, no, I want a stronger one, but what does it mean when it's stronger? And if you don't want the stronger one and you want the less strong one, then that means that's the diluted one. You understand? So think like that.
Okay, so this is the other method. This one you guys understood it. It's the same. You can get the same answer by using either the first one or the second one. You understand the second one more. Should we use the second one more? Okay. Whichever you guys are comfortable with. Okay, so this is the question, right? So it says that I can't, okay, I can use this. Okay, so calculate the quantities of the ingredients that you require to prepare 20 grams of diflucotolone, which is 0.025%. This is your requirement, right? If you have to write, okay, C1V1 equals to C2V2. This is supposed to be your diluted form, okay? So your concentration here is 20 gram, your diluted form is 2 on the other side. Okay, your concentration here, which is your mass, is 20 gram. Your percentage that is required to be in this mass, okay, 0.025. Okay, so what you have on the shelf, you don't have your mass, you only have your concentrated dileucotolone, which you put, so your mass becomes the mass, or your mass becomes a C or a V. Okay. What does the mass become? What are we looking for here? Okay, so you're looking for C1, meaning your C1 becomes X. Your percentage that you have, which is this, which is 0.1%. Okay, and we go back to the basics that Frida taught you. What do? We isolate the X, isn't it? Start isolating the X now. So you take your, if you have X multiplied by 0.1%, what do we do to cancel the X? I mean, to cancel the 0.1? We divide with on both sides. What you do to the left is what you do to right. 0.1 and 0.1. Okay, using your calculator, your X becomes, you cancel this one on both sides. Okay, let me use my calculator also. 20 divided by okay, let me move on. Let me just erase this. So I have to erase this before I can move on. Okay, Leonora, 5 grams. Leonora got 5 grams. You see, did you guys get it? Right? You used what Frida taught you last time to just isolate the X, and your X becomes 5 grams. So you always have to ask yourself, so first step, consider what you have. What you had was your V2, your C2, and you had your V1. So you needed to isolate the C1, okay? You understand now? Okay, let me see my Zoom people. There you go, Lucia and Leonora. Okay, do we understand? Can we move on? So you need to know what you have and what you need. So you have to write down the whole equation and insert what you have and what you need. The one that you don't have, and that is what the question is asking, and that is what you isolate, okay, as X. And if you get X, that is the answer. You understand? If you don't understand, you can always shake your head, okay? So moving on. So we got 5 grams there. So units should always, you should always cancel your units out, and your answer should always make sense, okay? So you see you got 5, right? 5 grams. Ne? Now we move on to question B. Okay. Your question B is saying, a patient asks you to please provide her with 1,000 ml of 0.05% ibutane in water solution, right? That is what you are required. So what is that? What is the 100? What is the 1000 in your equation? C2. C2. You write down your equation C1 V1 equivalent to C2 V2. Okay? So your question is asking, these people are already ahead on the Zoom. Guys, you must wait. Anyways, so your patient is asking you to prepare 0.05% in a 1000 mils. Her mother uses it as to clean the wound. You in your pharmacy only have 5% in stock. Okay? I did. So you in your pharmacy only have 5% solution in stock. So you need to dilute the 5% to make a 0.05%, which should be in a volume of 1000 mils. So what you have is your, oh, this is Hibitane. Okay. Okay, guys, this is the concentrated Hibitane you have in the pharmacy. Ne? The 5%. Now, the patient comes and says, I want that 1 liter, which is 1000 mils, but that 1000 mils should only have 0.05% of the Hibitane. Okay, so how much are you going to take out of your Hibitane, which is 5%? That is the question. So let's write down your C1 V1 equivalent to C2 V2. What is your C1? Okay. What is your V1? 5%. What is your C2? What is your percentage that you're required to make? Which is your V2? Do you understand? Okay. What is confusing you? Is it this? Okay. The formulas are the same. Okay. The mess that you have in the pharmacy, you don't have it. You only have the concentration. Your concentration is the percentage that you have. If you use the equation that you have there, it says the mass multiplied by the concentration, I mean the percentage used, which is 5%, equivalent to, right, the one that you are required, the volume that you are required to make multiplied by the percentage that you are required to make. In this case, you are required to make 0.05% of your 1000 mils. That is your requirement. That is the other side of the equation, which is, in this case, C2V2. It's exactly the same. I'm just shortening it for you. You understand? It's it's a shorter way of doing a calculation. You understand? Okay? Yes. Okay. Okay. Yes. Meme at the back. Excuse me, ma'am. You are saying? How do you? Yes, okay, I understand. Okay, okay. That is why I say when you write down the equation first, okay, you always look for what they want you to answer. You understand? Like this question is saying a patient wants you to provide her with 0.05% that should be in a 1 liter. Ne? That is what they want, right? You understand? That is what they want, what they need you to make, what you are required to prepare. Uh-huh.
How do I know it's a big?
It's what they need. In your equation, if you read the equation that I gave you earlier, ne? If the equation that I gave you earlier, weight required, percentage required, equals to, on the other side, which is a V2, which should be a diluted form of what they need. You understand? What they need should be your end result, which is your other side of the equation. V2 and C2 is what you need to make at the end of the day, is what you need to give the patient. That's the end result. You don't need this, you need the other one. Okay? The end result should be your V2 and C2. You understand? You can study this form. You can use this one. Eh? Yes, you can use the other one. That's why we are finishing this one, and then we can use the other method.
The thing is, it's always just better to give you different
Yes.
formats of calculating.
Yes, better for you.
Yeah.
You understand? You are okay? Mhm.
Because it's what you need. Now I need the C and the B. The 1,000 that's it.
No, can you read? You see, the B here is percentage that you require. The percentage. Your volume, or like you want to write it V2.
Oh, I must swap
Yeah.
it. Okay.
You can, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because they are both on the same side.
B1, C1.
Yes.
B2, C2. Yeah.
Yes, you can write it like that.
As long as you just make sure that what you need is together and what is required is together.
How do I go up to see the comments? Okay. Okay, this one was long time ago. Ooh. Do you guys get it now? I'm going to explain this one. Then I will explain the other method. So you choose whichever you feel comfortable with. You understand? Okay. Let me erase. No. Okay. Where were we? So this is the one that we were doing. So we did C1. Is there someone who's V2? C1, V1, and C2, V2. What is the concentration that you have in the pharmacy in this question? In the volume? What is the concentration that you're required to make? Okay. What is the volume that you're required to make? Okay. Right. Now, your X becomes, yeah, V2. Let me see. Your V2, C2. Since you guys are comfortable seeing it that way, ne? So you isolate your X, ne? Your X equals to this one, you divide it with C1. This side you also V2, C2 divided by V1. There you have isolated your X, is it not? This guy is already giving answers. Okay, so X here, your V2 that you gave here is 1,000 mils multiplied by okay, 0.05% divided by 5%. What is the answer that we got?
5%.
Is that what we all got? Okay. Is that what we got? Did we all get 10 mils? Let me see. Yes, that's the answer. Okay. Oh, this guy's also got 10 mils. Do you understand this equation? You understand, but you're not comfortable with the equation. You are getting there. Okay. I think you just need more practice.
Yes, practice makes perfect.
Okay. Now we move on to the simpler equation. Equation. So we use the dilution factor. So your dilution factor, the equation says the strength of the concentration divided by the strength of the dilute solution. Okay. So what is your strength in this? Strength of the concentration in this question that we have here? The strength of your concentrate, 5%. This one, in here we have 5%. The strength of the dilute solution that you need to make. So now you use 5% divided by 0.05 becomes, so what you need to make, how many times does it go into a concentrate solution? 100 times. Okay, now you need to make a 1,000 mils. How many times does that go in now? Your dilute factor is what you used in the second equation also. Okay, so volume of dilution, your concentrate of volume of concentration equivalent to your volume of dilute solution, which is your 1,000 mils. You divide it with your dilution factor, which is your 100 times. And then you get 10 mils of the 5%. You're going to take out 10 mils from the 5% to make your 0.05% in 1 liter. You understand? You can use this one. This is straightforward. Do you get it? Do you get it? It looks like the
first one looks like it's better with one statement.
Oh, okay.
In practice, we use the formulary more than doing the dilution factors. So in practice,
the other one
is
C1
actually being used
V1
more.
yeah. Do you understand, Meme? At the back. Do you understand this one?
So guys, if there's any one of you not following, we need to
There's someone that
continue.
can't see the slides. I don't know how.
We can just exit sessions and we're also recording this.
John Joe, you can't see the slides. And maybe you can exit and come back, ne? Then we'll see. You can send a message again if you still can't see. Okay. Should we move on? Okay, so our question, can you see that our question had more than one question? So the second question is, you indicate the special instructions that need to be on the label, depending on what they're asking you, if it's external, or if it's something that should be taken orally, or it's something that should be applied in the eye or the ear, and all those things. And what information regarding stability of the mixture should you now provide to the patient? Now, this depends on what dilution you are making. Is it to be applied on the skin and all those things, okay? So what the question is indicate the special instruction that should be on the label. So this is just an example. So you can say for external use only and not to be taken orally. And what information regarding the stability of the mixture would you provide to the patient? The storage of the product that you made, and also keep out of reach of children and shouldn't be used after the expiry date. And also when we mix it, you always have to protect it from the light if the product you're making is sensitive to light. Okay, so you use amber bottles or containers. Okay, who is this? I can't see. Okay, this is still Janja. Moving on, we are going to have a lot of exercises at the end. So we're just going to go through all the equations. So now we are moving on to, this is the mixing exercise. It's more or less exactly the same, but you approach it in a different way. Okay, so you prepare a 25 gram of paste containing now resorcinol, 5%, sulfur, which is 5% also. Your zinc is 40%, but you do not have the total of emulsifying ointment. Okay, so now you need to calculate the quantities of each required to prepare the following the following ingredients. So you have to consider what you have. What you have is your percentage of resorcinol, your sulfur, your zinc, but you don't have the emulsifying, your base. All those ones are ingredients, and they are all in proportions, like she was talking about. They are all in portions. They all make up a mixture, okay? All right? So you need to figure out, based on what Frida taught you earlier, how much will it be of this, each ingredient in units, in grams, not in a percentage form. You need to make it into grams so that you know a total of 25 grams, how much of each is going to go in. You understand? So what do? You have to identify each ingredient in grams. Frida taught you how to do this. So how much of resorcinol is going to be in 25 grams? Let me also count before I give the answer. How much do we need? Okay. Okay, Leonora is saying 5 grams. Who else has an answer? Is it 5 grams? 5% of resorcinol in 25 grams. Frida already taught you guys this. Who else has an answer? There you go. Sylvia has an answer. It's 1.25 grams. Okay. Okay, Salom also. So how did you get the 5 gram? Who did the 5 gram? How did you get it? Maybe. Oh, okay. Oh, that's what she did. Okay, now I get it. But you're supposed to use that. Your total should be 25. Yeah, ne? Okay, so how much is it going to be for sulfur? Same, ne? Okay, so how much is our zinc? Mhm. Okay, Leonora also got it now. Mhm. So how much is our zinc? Let's see. Okay. So everybody got 10, right? We are all writing it down, right? So add all these things together now. Add them all together. 1.25 for the resorcinol, 1.25 for the sulfur, and your 10 grams for the zinc. 4.5. That is the, okay, so it's 4.5, right? So your emulsifying ointment, you don't have grams for it. You need to find grams for it. What are you going to do? You already have your total. You already have your total. You already have every ingredient that is written here. You have the grams of it, except for the emulsifying. So you write it down. Okay, so you say there, let me see. Okay, 1.25 plus, because you need to get 25 grams, remember, to all together. Okay, plus 1.25 plus 10 plus X. You get it? Your emulsifying, you don't have it. You need to find your emulsifying ointment. So you isolate the X. When there's an addition on this side and you need to get rid of your left side, what do? Subtract on both sides, right? So you bring everything to the other side, then you subtract. Is it not? So you said together it was how much? 12.5. Okay, you guys are ahead of me now. So 12.5 is what? You're emulsifying. So if you add all those together, they are going to give you a total of, yes. This is, do you guys understand? You just need to know what the question is asking. Consider what you have. You have everything already, but you only have it in percentage form. And your total is in gram. You have to change everything to the same unit for you to figure out what the emulsifying is. Because if you don't change your percentage to grams, you will never know how much emulsifying you will have to add for it to be a total of 25 grams of your mixture. You understand? You have to have the same unit always. Okay? I hope you guys are getting me. If you're not getting me, okay, these guys are also getting it on Zoom. All right. Do you understand? Can I move on? Okay. Okay. So this is just what we did in different forms. So you change from your percentage into grams. Okay. So this is what you did. You can use one way or the other. You used 5, you say 5 gram in 5 gram in 100 grams. So your 25, you can do it in different ways. You can cross multiply as you were taught by Frida, or you can just use basic math. 5% of 25 grams is 1.25. You understand? Okay. Always write down the formula first and then you insert, okay? So your formula that you did to isolate the X, you always write it down there. And then you insert everything, okay? So here, your zinc, you also found it. This is just what we did. And then you add your total, you have your X, you isolate your X, okay? Then you get 12.5. You understand? Okay. Now we move on. We're going to have a lot of exercises at the end for this. So yeah, we can move on. So we move on to what is called posology. This is just what we use in medicine to deal with dosages. You calculate dosages in this type of topic. So you calculate based on the age of the patient, the condition, and how severe it is, and the weight as well. Okay. So in other words, posology means a mass of the medicine per body weight of the patient. Okay, so how much milligrams of the medicine per body weight of that patient that the patient has to take in a day. Okay? So if you have Panado and it says Panado can only be given 20 milligrams per kg per day. If the patient is 50 kgs, you have to multiply that 20 by 50 kgs. Then you know per day, that is the amount or the total amount of Panado the patient has to take in a day. You understand? Okay. So if it says single dose, that means it's just once a day. If it says in divided doses, it can either be 3 or 4 times a day, or every 4 hours, or every 6 hours, depending on what the question is saying. If it says per day, that is the total dose in a day. But if it says per day in divided doses, like 3 times a day, then the dose you're gonna have, you have to divide it in 3 times a day. You have to divide it by 3 so that you can know every 8 hours this patient is taking this much. And that total should be the total amount of Panado that patient has to take in one day. Okay, so yes.
Say, calculate of, let's say for instance the child is 10 kg. They state there in a single dose, they write single dose and then divided dosage.
Yes.
How would you know that now I have to take a single dose or even 3 times a day or divided dose?
If they say 10 milligrams per kg per day, that is a whole amount in a day. But if they say 10 milligrams per kg into divided doses, then you have to go use your reference. How many times is this medicine taken in a day? Is it only once, or is it twice, or is it 3 times? Panado, you know it can be taken 3 or 4 times. But an antibiotic, you have to go and find, oh no, is it only twice, or is it a once off, or is it 3 times a day? Okay, if they say in divided doses, the dose that you're gonna have at the end, you have to divide it depending on the frequency you are given in your reference book. You understand? That is why they always say, let me just,
I'll just quickly say something, and I
Yeah.
want the people on Zoom to also hear. The council exam, and even in practice, will never ask you to give the single dose and then divide that single dose into different doses. So just read your question carefully. It will give you the question and then ask you what would one of the doses be. It can be that that particular medicine are given twice a day. One dose early in the morning and one dose later in the day. So it's 2 doses in a span of 24 hours. So just read. So all I'm saying is just read the question carefully. It will either ask you what would be the dose for that particular dose then, or what would be the total dose for the whole day over 24 hours. And I want to just warn you, in the SAMF, when we are now going to sometimes is in the way that 100 milligrams a day, and then you have to divide it in 3 doses, for example, or it tells you that the dose is, but then it's given 3 times a day. So just be careful and watchful how it's being asked and how it's also written in the SAMF.
Okay. So that's what they said. Maximum dose are always indicate. You don't have to know every medicine's maximum dose. I also don't know. What you use, your reference book, and your DNF that you have in the pharmacy. You take out for a child who's 10 kg. You have to give Panadol. What is the maximum we can give for this child in a day? So you don't get to overdose the child. Ne? Okay. So moving on. We have an exercise of epinephrine, which is 100 milligrams that you have in the pharmacy. Ne? So the initial dose is 150 to 300 milligrams daily. That's now according to any reference that you are using. And the maintenance dose, this is just initial. They can initiate the patient with either between 150 to 300. But the maintenance dose, let's say from 2 weeks later, if the patient is stable on that dose, then they can either start from 300 to 400 daily. Okay? So your maximum that you're given from a SAMF or a BNF is 600 milligrams. That's the highest you can go when you're giving this type of drug. So your prescription comes and says, oh no, the patient is taking epinephrine, 2 tablets twice a day. But your epinephrine comes as 100 milligrams. Yeah? So in total, in a day, how much are you giving your patient? If it says 2 tablets twice a day, each tablet is 100 milligrams. If they're taking 2, and if they're taking twice a day, 400, right? In a day. So your maximum is how much? That is written in the SAMF. So are we in the right track? Are we overdosing or we are underdosing a patient? You're fine because you're within the maintenance dose. Okay? Let me just admit this one. Okay, Janja is now back on track. You can see everything. Okay, so moving on. Now you have Valoid, right? Your Valoid comes as 1 tablet, which is equivalent to 50 milligrams, okay? According to your SAMF now, for an adult and kids, children, we define children as from the age of, okay, so children is from 2 years until 12. From 12, they are an adult. So children and adults, children who are bigger than 12 and adults, they should have 200 milligrams per day. That is what your SAMF is saying. Now your prescription comes and says, oh no, the patient should take 100 milligrams 3 times a day. Yeah? Your 1 tablet is how much? 50. Okay. Your patient is taking how much? 2 tablets 3 times a day. So that means it's 2 tablets morning, afternoon, and evening. So that means it's 100 milligrams morning, 100 milligrams afternoon. So meaning together is how many milligrams is the patient taking? Okay.
300 milligrams.
The dose, or is it above? Beyond. Above what? Okay. So it's above 200. Okay. So that means this patient is taking more than they are supposed to be taking because your SAMF says 200 milligrams. So what do? You have to tell the doctor and say, no. Can we change the prescriptions to this? Because according to references, the prescription says it can only go to a maximum per day, 200. Okay. So you have to always refer to your references. Okay. So now you have to consider now that one was adults. Now we are looking at kids. They're called pediatrics. So you do pediatric dosing. So when you do pediatric dosing, you do exactly the same. You get the dose, you check in yourself if it's above or below, or is it the right track, okay? So we have equations that you use. One of the equations, this, when you use the SAMF, you are given per 10 milli, you are given milligrams per kg per day. That one is giving you a direction. Now, let's say that medicine you're looking for is not in the SAMF, it's not in any of your references, right? You didn't find it in any of your reference books. What do? There's an equation that people use. It's called a Young's rule, which is based on the age of the child and the adult dosing. So your Young's rule is equivalent to the age of the child, which should be in years, multiplied by the dose, the daily dose of an adult, which you should always use the lowest dose. So you go in yourself and look how much dose of Panado should an adult take. The lowest dose they can take is, let's say, 500 milligrams. That's the one you should use. And then you divide by the age of that child and add 12, okay? So it's the years of the child. Let's say the child is 10 years, multiplied by the 500 that we said, divided by 10 plus 12. You understand? Ne?
Can I just say something here? She's just showing this to you, but I can tell you that we hardly ever use this because the SAMF and our reference guidelines actually have our range. But it's important to know that this is a formula that can be used if you don't have the reference in the SAMF. So we don't use it as a rule.
Yeah. We don't use that often. I haven't even ever used it in, because every time you medicines, you'll find it. If you don't find it in the SAMF, you'll find it in a BNF. Okay. Oh, the age in years, that you should multiply with the adult dose, the lowest dose. Then you divide that with the age of the child plus 12. Okay, so we go to exercise number 1. Your Zenith, in the SAMF, it says it's 15 milligrams per kg per day in divided doses. Divided doses here, they gave you every 12 hours. So meaning morning, 8 o'clock, evening, 8 o'clock. Not to exceed 500 milligrams in a day. So now you have to calculate for a child, you get a prescription, this child is 16.8 kilograms. Your equation up here says 15 milligrams per kg per day. And what you have in the pharmacy, your suspension, 5 mils, you get 125 mils, okay? That's the available dose in your pharmacy. So you move on step by step. You check what you have and what you need. What do you have here? You have the 15 milligrams per kg per day. You have the kgs of the child. You have the available concentration in the pharmacy. You have those 3 things. Now you need to know how much is this child going to get in a day. What do? You take your equation that you got there in the SAMF. 15 milligrams per kg. Per kg means in 1 kg. If this child has 16.8 kgs, how many milligrams are they going to have? So here we are looking for our X, right? What do you do here? What did Frida teach you? She just taught it now. Let me see these guys. These guys are probably ahead. See, these guys are already giving answers. What do we have? What is the answer? You can also isolate your X, or you can work it out as per kg, whichever suits you. What did we get? Olivia, Leonora gave answers. Okay, I'm not going to say them because they're all different. Somebody gave 300, somebody gave, what is this? 237, and other gave 252. So what is the correct answer, guys? 252. Ne? You did step by step there. How much did you guys get? These guys on Zoom, they got, most of them got 252. What did you guys get? Huh? 252. Did you cross multiply? So what we have here is you cross multiply like that. So your X multiplied by 1 kg equals your 15 milligrams multiplied by 16.8. Ne? You isolate your X, you divide X times 1 kg divided by 1 kg. Here, 15 times 16.8 divided by 1. All right, so these two cancel each other out. So your X is going to be, so Frida said 1 goes into Frida equals to Frida. Ne? So here, you're only going to have 15 multiplied by 16.8, which is, there you go. So the answer is 252. My Zoom people, do we get it? Leonora, do you get it? All right. Moving on. So 252, is that per day or is it in divided doses? Per day. Who's saying in divided doses? The question says 15 milligrams per kg per day. So when you say per kg per day, the amount that you get here, let's see. The amount that you get here, which is 252, it's per day. Now you need to divide it. You divide it with, okay, so you divide it with 2, it becomes, so every 12 hours, this child is taking 126 milligrams every 12 hours because that's what it's required, twice a day. Okay, so moving on, this is how much this child should have in a day. Your ZNAT comes as 125 milligrams per 5 mils. How many mils is this child going to take twice a day? Okay, this Zoom guys are like, sure. This guys, look, just look. Leonora, Leonora shouldn't be answering questions anymore. Please. Someone is saying, Tufi is saying 10 mils, John just saying 10.5. Leonora said what? I didn't check what Leonora said. Leonora said 10 mils. Okay. Now you need to tell me if it's per day or is it 2 times a day. Okay, Leonora, Leonora, please. Let me take out the answer because Leonora must just come teach the others. Did we get the answer? Where are you? Okay. Oh, is it 125 times that? divided by, yeah. So it's 5 meals twice a day. To what? How much did you get? 10.08. Is that per day or is it twice a day?
Yeah. That's that per day.
Single dose means something else, guys.
Yeah.
Yes, single dose means you give and that's it. You understand? But if it says once a day, then 10 meals per day. That's 10 meals per day, right? So if you are giving this child twice a day, then it's, yes. So it's 5 meals twice a day.
What you calculated is that 10.08, that's for the whole day.
Yes.
Now 10.08 in the morning and the evening, so 5.04.
Yes.
So if you round it, then it's actually just 5. So you did it another way, you should have just gone another step further. But you just end up there, then it's just for the whole day, daily dose, but not in the divided doses.
Do we understand? Where's my other girl? Do you understand? Are you sure? Okay. Oh, the Zoom guys. The Zoom guys are doing well. Okay, this one, this is twice a day. So you should identify it as 5 meals twice a day, ne? Not 5 meals per day. You understand? Do you understand? Okay.
Are you guys on board?
Okay, the Zoom guys are.
Can I erase?
Say BD.
Oh, BD, sorry.
Just tell them that will be rounded off, so anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. So guys, when it's something like this, 5.04, you can just say 5 mils.
Yeah, just say 5 minutes. Ne?
Okay.
Yeah. Round it off
Yeah. You can just say 5 mils.
to the nearest whole number. So it's just
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Okay. With 0.04.
It will make a very slight, not even a difference.
So what I've explained, I've done it for you, ne? Everything that I've explained, I've also done the calculations for you in the presentation. So 15 mils per kg, the child has 16.8. So you cross multiply, ne? They get 252 milligrams per day. Then you get the quantity per day that this child is taking every 12 hours. So you get to give the child 5 meals twice a day. So how much, how many meals are you going to give this child if the prescription is written for 5 days?
You can do something else, but
Guys,
not mustard. You could, but not so
5
tomato
days,
sauce.
it's 50
You can do
meals.
mustard.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay. So you dispense 15 meals, right?
ndiri class Zoom yapone
Person that is,
matu yapokediwa.
how do I mute everything?
Ndiri kilonga.
Allah is supposed to unmute themselves. They should have unclicked.
Yes.
Unclick, no, unclick there.
Where?
Unclick in here. Click by mute all. Yes.
Okay.
Mute all carrot and then you say yes.
Okay. All right. So move on. Okay. I know it's on. Okay. Okay. Yes. Yes. So this exercise is complete. The other question was just to formulate the label for the baby Smith. Ne? So morning, in the evening,
But then the course is for 5
days.
So you need to just complete the exercise.
They said it already.
You want to complete the time.
So it depends on the shelf, what you have on the shelf. If your bottle comes as 100 ml, right, and you only need 50 ml, you are almost mixing the 100 ml, right?
What was confusing about the question is your bottle that you have,
Mm-hmm.
that you get
Mm.
is a 200.
Mm-hmm.
Now you must dispense less.
Mm-hmm.
You still just give the 200.
For it depends. If it's an antibiotic, you
For the question was for mouthwash.
a mouthwash. Okay, so as far as I know, in private, they give a whole bottle. Yes, but if let's say you are in another center, you are serving a lot of patients, which you can't give that bottle because people are a lot. If it's a mouthwash, you are allowed to open it up if you are actually making it. But if the mouthwash is already made, then you can just dispense all of it.
So would my question be wrong if I say I give the whole bottle, or if I give a 200 bottle, would it be wrong then?
No.
So as you explained, if it was a big container, you had to throw it out into your own container. You have to give the exact volume that you would have been able to give. Something like a mouthwash that you say it's used for the whole month.
Yeah.
You just work out that there's sufficiently enough for that. Antibiotic, we never break the. So whatever is left over, the mother needs to throw away.
Yes.
So, the council exam and even in practice, it shouldn't confuse you. You just choose the one closest to what the patient needs. And even in the council exam, it will say you have either 50 ml bottle on the shelf or 100.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you were to give a patient only 30 ml according to your answer, then you're not going to keep the 100 ml because it's going to weigh 70 ml. Then you have to choose the 50 ml. So you just choose the one closest to the one that you got for your answer. That is what you would be tested on. Okay.
If you have different quantities on the shelf, yes. Okay, so this is your label. This is how it should look like, exactly like this. If you copy paste that in your exams, you are good to go. Yeah? The name of the medicine, the strength. The strength means how much each 5 ml has. Your total that you're giving to the patient. The schedule, depending on what schedule the medicine is, they always probably give you the schedule in the exams, and or like you have to know the schedule. You guys have to know the schedule, right? And then you give the instructions. So if it's an antibiotic, you give instructions for finish the course and do not refrigerate, depending on an antibiotic, and keep it, the storage also, keep it 25 degrees and keep out of reach of children. Then you have to always put the name of the patient, the prescription number, the date it was dispensed and by who it was dispensed, and the name of the pharmacy should always be there with the address. Okay, so if you have this in your head, you just have to put in the information that you get from the questionnaire. Then we are done. We will move on to this one when you guys are back from your lunch. Mine is a bit ahead.
It's 1:40.
Yeah.
Is it 20-minute lunch break time? So let's try to be back by closer by 2. Yeah. Then we start wrapping up. Yeah.
This thing must just go off. I'm even having a headache now. The thing.
I think it's the one that's supposed to be.
Yes.
I'm not the one to get headaches.
Oh.
I'm going now.
Oh, I know. Oh, like, yeah, that's So, well, let's see. But I like the proactiveness of the ones on the. Yeah, I love the class. Yeah, the bird, the lovely one, or the, what is it, the attendance is consistent. Yeah. Yeah, let's see. I think they're writing it for the month, so it's every wish.
Everyone is here, ne? Okay, so we're going to continue with pediatric dosing. Okay, so our next exercise is the dose of chloramphenicol for a child is between 25 to 50 per kg body mass, right? In divided doses. That is what you got from your sum. Okay. Now, if a dose of 30 milligrams per kg per body weight is prescribed for a child who has 31.5 kgs, calculate the daily dosage for a child. So what do you have? The child's weight, which is 31.5. What else do you have? You have the reference dosage from 25 to 50. And you also have the prescribed dose, which is 30 milligrams per kg. Okay? You get it. There you must add also what we have. You must add also 30 milligrams per kg. That is the prescribed dose. That is what you have. So now you must calculate your dose required per day for the child. Okay, so you can see your 30 milligrams per kg prescribed is already within the dosing range for this child. So you're fine. You can already determine that the dose you're going to have is going to be within the maximum dose, right? Because your reference says the dosing should be between 25 and 50 per kg body mass. All right. So if you have, okay, let me just quickly admit this, guys. All right. So if you have, the prescription says is 30 milligrams per kg. Okay. 30 milligrams in 1 kg. Okay. Your child is how many kgs? 31.5 kgs. This is the milligrams you're looking for. Okay. So you can either cross multiply or you should look for an X. You should isolate the X. Okay. Whichever way you're comfortable with. Okay. So your X will be X multiplied by kg, which is 1 kg here, equals to 30 multiplied by 31.5 kgs. Here you divide with your 1 kg on both sides. I'm just doing the normal basic ones. So here these two, they cancel. So you're left with the X, which is 30 multiplied by 31.5 kgs. Okay, so our X will be, let me quickly just admit this, guys. Yo, who is this? Leonora, as usual, ne? Okay, 30 multiplied by 31.5, we got 945. Okay, this is the milligrams. Okay, is this per day or is it in divided doses? I want the Zoom guys to give the answer. Except Leonora, please. My Zoom students, except Leonora, what is this the milligrams per kg per day or is it in divided doses? Daily. Who is this one? Olivia. Yes, yes, you guys are correct. So it's per day. Okay, that's the required dose per day. Moving on. So we kind of, you know, getting this right. So you always have to look for what you have and what you need. You write it down. So this is the answer. So it's 945 per day. So let's move on to the next one. So here what you're using is that equation that I gave you guys. Okay. So when we looked in our CPROBE book, we figured we didn't have the dosage per kg per day in our book. So what we are using is the Young's rule. Okay. So Young's rule, the equation is, you write it down. Let me look for it. H in years multiplied by the adult dose, which is the lowest dose of an adult that can be taken by an adult in a day, né? Divided by the age of the child plus 12. We all got it right? The age of the child plus 12. Everything has to be in years. Okay, so our question says, determine the dose of Ciprobe for a 10-year-old child that is weighing 30 kgs. So what is our dose? What we have, so our Ciprobe for an adult is between 250 to 750 twice a day. That is what we have as an adult dose. According to our sum for our Ciprobe comes as 250 per 5 ml. Our lowest dose that we have is for an adult 250, and the child is 10 years old. So you plug all that into your equation and give me the answer. I want her to give me the answer. And I think the meme with the blue beanie, give me the answer also. Is there another one with, oh, there are two. Okay, the one with navy blue. Navy blue. You used your equation, right? Let me also. Did we get it? Did you get it? Did you get the equation that I gave you earlier? I don't want to read the Zoom guys' answer before these guys give me the answer. So you guys just hold on there. Here is the equation, guys. Jot it down. Child, the Young's rule is age of the child in years multiplied by the adult dose, which is the adult lowest dose you can ever have in a day, right? Divided by the age of the child plus 12. Let me see. Okay, just hold on, Mimi. There's the question, eh? The what? 250 to 750 to 750. That's the dose you can give an adult, né? You can give it 25, 250 twice a day, 500, 750. Yeah. So you use the lowest dose the patient can get in a day. Did you get the answer? Ooh, see, this is what I was talking about. Leonora, she's like far ahead. No, let me close this. Did you get it? My friend with the navy blue bunny, what is the answer? Oh, you didn't get it yet. You are getting the 250 milligrams. Is that what you're getting? No, that's her answer. That's not your answer. I want her answer. Okay, 113. Everybody's getting 113. Yes, everybody's getting 113. How did you Get 250, my dear. The age of the child is 10. So you insert 10 in your equation. Can you see? It's the age of the child. This is your age, and this is your age as well. Are you okay? You are not okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Moving on, we all got 113. So, how many meals are we giving for our child? If the Ciprobay comes as a 250 milligrams per 5 ml, how many meals are we giving the child? Our Ciprobay comes as in the pharmacy. The one we have is 250 milligrams per 5 ml. Yes, yes, yes. I see you guys on the Zoom. You guys are correct. How much did you get? Okay, let's see. So the available suspension is 250 mils, 250 milligrams per 5 ml. What quantity of mils will this child be receiving in a day? So your Ciprobay comes as 250 ml, 250 milligrams in 5 mils. You have 114 milligrams that you're giving to this child morning and evening. So you cross multiply. So you say, since your child is taking 200, your milligrams in a 5 ml of Ciprobay, your child is taking 100 because we rounded it off, right? What is your X? 2.50, 2.30. Yeah, that's the answer. Because if you isolate this in a shorter while, so you can have 200 and let's see, let me just write it the proper way. If you have to isolate the X, right? So it's the X multiplied by 250 milligrams, equivalent 114 multiplied by 5. Isolate your X, 250 on both sides, isn't it? So you will have your X equals to 114 multiplied by 5 divided by 250, giving you 2.3. Okay? Do we all get it? Should always use your basic math that you were taught by Frida. You write everything down, what you have and what you need. Okay? Moving on. So this is another exercise. This one is just to determine, this is the continuation of the exercise. It says determine why the pediatric dosing is not indicated. It's not indicated because it's not advisable to give kids this Ciprobay because of the side effects. You understand? So you find it in this SAMF or a BNF, it will say it's not indicated for children under the age of 12. Okay, so that is why we use the Young's rule. But usually nowadays, all the references have either indicated or not, probably, they do have an option of calculating the pediatric dosing. So that's the break we had earlier. So we move on. I'm actually done with all the calculations. So everybody, We are done with all the calculations for this session, your dilution and your mixtures and your pediatric dosing, right? So you're gonna go through, use the equations that we've been using previously. So we're just gonna do, because the questions are around 8, 9. Yeah, they're 8. So we're just gonna do the first 4 and then the rest you can do them on your own. Then you can send us the answers. Is that fine? Session, yeah.
So let's keep whatever we can do until 4
Mm-hmm.
and then we must not.
Okay.
So let's do
Okay.
like 2 exercises.
Yeah.
One dilution,
Mm-hmm.
one dosage calculation.
Okay. All right. Let me give you the simpler one. The first one you're going to do on your own. Okay. You're going to do on your own. So we're going to go to exercise number 2. So you're going to calculate the amount of ethanol, right? Required to prepare 250 mils of ethanol, 60%. What type of question is this? Dilution, because you are required to dilute 96% to a 60%. So what equation are we using? Okay. Okay. Let's use our C1 V1. There we go. C1 V1 equals to C2 V2. Okay, so what is our C1? Do we have the concentration? 96. Our volume of our concentration that we have in the pharmacy? X, ne? Because we don't have it. Ne? So what is the concentration of what we want to make? 60%, right? And the volume we want to make? 250. We are all on the same page, ne? What is our X? This guys. There we go. Salom and Leonora. Continue. I want the answer. Okay. Who's saying, there's somebody saying 150, there's someone saying 155, or someone saying 160. What did we get? 155. Olivia, you must recalculate now. You got 160. You must recalculate now. So the answer is 155. We are all on the same page, right? Nobody is lost. Okay. Excuse me? Oh, okay. You picked up, ne? Okay, so I must just complete. So our X is, let me see, 60. Okay. Let me just erase this. So we are isolating the X, meaning we are dividing it. Okay, so these two, they cancel each other. So we have the X, which is 60 multiplied by 250 divided by 96.3, which gives us 155.76, which we round it off. You can round it off like that. Okay, because it's 76, you round it off to 8. Okay. That are the mils that you're going to take out of your 96%. Yes. So let's say you are making a 250, right? So your 250, Let's see. Where is the eraser? So your 250 mils minus 155.8%, right? Mils is equivalent to, just give me the answer. Okay, all right. Okay, let me just admit. It's equivalent to 94.2. So this one, this is your alcohol. The rest is your water. You understand? Okay? Your meals that you got from your 96%, you're just going to take out, let's say this is alcohol, okay? You're just going to take out 155.8 from here. The rest that you're going to add to a 250 is your water. So that means that you have diluted your concentration, okay? All right. In dilution or with dosage children too. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right, moving on. Seems like you guys do get it. You're gonna move on to another exercise. Okay, so this is your prednisolone. So the prescription comes. Also, I can skip this one. You're gonna do it. He will do it, don't worry. Okay, so we move on. For the following prescription, you must calculate the volume of liquid that each patient will need to complete the course prescribed, as well as the single volume dose each time. Okay? Each time, how much is the patient supposed to take? And in total, how much is the patient going home with? You understand? And you must also make a label. But I didn't put a label in here. You already know how a label looks like. So for Claritine syrup, which is loratadine, has 5 milligrams per 5 ml. So your prescription comes as patient is getting 8 milligrams daily for 2 weeks. Yeah? So you take your equation. You take what you have, 5 milligrams in 5 ml. Okay? Your child is taking 8 milligrams per day. So 8 milligrams, we don't know now how many meals they are going to take. So you isolate your X. So how much is the X, guys? You're trying to check, you're trying to see how many meals the child is going to take, because your loratadine comes as 5 milligrams per 5 ml, and your child is taking only 8 milligrams per day. So how many meals are you going to give this child if your loratadine comes as the spoon is 5 milligrams? We all got the same answer, right? You all got the same answer? Okay, so it's 8 milligrams. So if the prescription is written for 2 weeks, meaning you have to give this child enough for 2 weeks, how many meals are you going to give this child in total? The quantity, how many, let's say bottles, or how many meals in total is this child going to have? There we go. Litvina said, okay. Salam said 112. Who also got 112? 112, ne? 112. So you multiplied with what? 14. Okay. So here, we just need to isolate. So we isolated and then we saw that it's 8 times 5 divided by 5, which gave us 8 milligrams, right? And then your 8 milligrams, you multiply it with 14 days, right? Which is 2 weeks, which you got 112 mils. This is how much that child should go with at home. Yes, so there's no bottle that gives as much. So if you say in your pharmacy you have 100 mils only, right? You can either, because looking at the medicine, you can either decide to just give 100 mils and leave out the 12 mils, or if the patient wants, they can always go with 2 bottles. But that's a bit too extreme. You get it? Or if you have 150, because I know loratadine can also come as 150, so you can give that 150. Okay? All right, moving on, guys. The rest of the questions are basically the same. So you do exactly the same, and then you can send the answers, ne? Are we all on the same page? Do we understand? Okay, moving on. We are almost done. So let's see. Okay, so a child with juvenile arthritis, the child is 5 years old, needs naproxen, which is 250 milligrams per tablet. The child weighs 25 kilograms. So your recommended dose from your sample is 10 milligrams per kg per day, divided in 2 doses, which should be 12 hours interval. Work out the daily dose and formulate the label. So we must just work out the daily dose for this child. Jaonja, please just exit and come back. Where's this? Yeah, Jaonja, it seems like he or she can't see. Let me see. Jaonja, you can exit and come back again, eh? Okay, are we together? Are we doing the calculations? Please give me the answer.
This is exactly what we were getting before. This is a typical
I'm sure you guys are experts now. We start off with what we have. We have 10 milligrams per kg per day, okay? Jaonju, can you see now? Oh, Salam already gave an answer. Okay, who is this that is? Don't use Young's rule, ne? You already got the 10 milligrams per kg from your SAMF. Young's rule is only used when you did not get any information from your reference book, ne? So try to use the 10 milligrams per kg per day, the information that is on in the question, ne? Are we stuck? What's going on? Must I start now writing for you guys so we can have an idea? So we have 10 milligrams. It's the same thing, cross multiplication, guys. Look for an X, that's it. 10 milligrams in 1 kg. Our child is 25. Sorry. Our child is 25 kgs. Okay, so we look for the X. So what is the answer? Hmm? 1250. Okay, is that per day or in divided doses? Okay, Salome and Leonora are already ahead of us. So that's 250 per day. But the child is supposed to be taking it every 12 hours. Okay, the dose that you have is supposed to be in divided doses. So what is the child supposed to take per dose? 125? So you must write 125 twice a day, morning and evening. Do we all understand? Okay. Let's see. So you should learn to write down what you have so you can identify what formula you need to use. Okay. Let's see, what are these guys saying? Okay, there they are. These guys are on point. 125 milligrams twice a day. Moving on. We are almost there, guys. This is exactly the same. Yeah, we are almost there. So the rest of the questions you guys can do, and then you can send an email to Willette, or how should they do it?
Guys, we were talking during the break time, so we will, before, I know the council exams are towards the end of this month. And what we will do is we can even organize some more smaller group sessions that we just do by Zoom. Okay, then maybe 3 or 4 of you log in and then we work through a few examples and then we can zoom into the ones that you find difficult. The one thing that I still need to do, what we won't do today, I told you that you need to bring your SAMF with today, but we didn't use it that much today. So, but it's also important that I need to refresh your minds on how to use the SAMF and where to look for the recommended doses. So that is anyway a session that I thought I'll do a little refresher on. I will organize that one with you, maybe next Saturday, or it can be an hour or so, because it's important that you also go and know under pediatric dose, where's your ranges that you find, and adult dose, what are those dose ranges that's recommended. And then we can have, like I say, a few other sessions scheduled depending on the availability of the lecturers. And then definitely do more dose calculations. But I think that it was a good exercise just to recap for today, and then go and exercise and refresh on the ones that we didn't do. And I think we need to move on to those other type of calculations, and then see where we are at the end, because we've got until 4 o'clock, so we still have an hour, it's about an hour and a half. So I would like Malima to take the next session on. But Tami, thank you very much for your time and also explaining all the different calculations. You know, it's always nice to hear it from different people, even myself also, because you know, often we think all in our own way, but having different people explaining it in different ways, sometimes the light goes on. You have a question?
Oh, that one is when the question comes. If they say, if you find the amount of alcohol, you have to take it from the 96%, right? Which was 114 or 100 and I don't know. So for you to, then they say the second question is, how much water should you add to make up to the volume that you're asked to make? So you just must subtract it. And then you say 94 mils of water and the rest is 96% of alcohol. You understand? Do you get it? Are you sure? Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Malima, without further ado, it's over to you.
Okay. I hope you people are not too tired. So we'll try to do something different so you don't fall asleep. Let me just share my. Okay, you can all see my screen. Okay, we're going to look at stock management. Hopefully I'm not going to say anything new here. I'll be very shocked if I mention something here that is new. Okay, there are fancy words for it, but they are very, there are things you already do. Maybe you just don't think about them in that sense, but it's important to think about certain things in a more systematic way. We are looking at stock, your supplies or whatever word you use for it. You buy bread every day. you buy stuff. Okay. When do you decide to buy stuff? Okay. How much of whatever stuff it is that you buy are you going to buy when you decide to buy that thing? I have not seen someone go into a shop and buy 10 loaves of bread to just go and keep at your house. So why do you do that when you have a party, but not when you are just doing about your normal shopping? So that is what I want us to quickly just go through. We'll do some calculations here. Hopefully those will not be very difficult. Well, they shouldn't, because this is a fairly logical thing. First things first, I don't want us to run into problems, because we all know what a week is. Time was mentioned here when Frida was speaking. Okay, a day is 24 hours. When I say a week, I mean 7 days. 7 24-hour days, that is a week. Okay, I think we are fine there. How many weeks are in a month? So a month has 4 weeks. Okay, how many days does a week have? There are 7 days in a week. Therefore, a month in this sequence we are going with here, how many days does a month have? So a month will have 28 days. So don't come here with your calendar politics and ask me why am I not using 30 or 31 as the number of days in a month. We will use that. So when we say a month, for your stock calculations, it's 28 days. Okay, and I hope you have some intuition for why we use the 28 days and not 30 or anything like that. Okay. The next thing, again, I saw there was a question around this, around the issue of units. You say, get me 1, but what is 1? Okay, and when you are dealing with stock, this is very important. Okay, most of the times when there are issues with storeroom, stock is not balancing, it's usually because someone did not understand what was meant by 1. Okay, so when you are dealing with stock, 1 could mean 1 vial or 1 box. Okay, and each facility, depending on what they do, if you go to Geka, they deal with huge quantities of stock for most things. So it's convenient for them to maybe say 1 big box is 1. But you can't do that at your pharmacy. So you will have a different idea of what you mean by 1. Is that clear? So the unit of issue is always important. You must understand what someone means when they say, I gave 2. Which 2 is it? Is it 2 ampules or 2 boxes of 10 each? Is that clear? There's nothing here to, you decide this. So you must, if you do not know, you must ask. So usually on invoices or whatever it is, you might see paracetamol pay 500. That tells you that when I write one, I mean this has 500, that is 500 tablets I'm referring to. Is that clear? If you don't know what they mean, then you must make sure you ask, because then you cannot assume what that person means. Because one packet of 10 tablets or one tablet, what does this person actually mean? Okay. So that is important to keep in mind as we go through this. The first concept I want us to, again, this is intuitive. There is nothing for you new to learn here, which is your average monthly consumption. You calculated averages this morning. Eh? I saw you. You cannot deny it. Okay. How much are you using in a month? There should be absolutely no reason for someone not to be able to answer this question. So I will give you data to say, okay, maybe you get stock cards or whatever it is. So we are looking at how much is the person using per month. So maybe in January you used 4 tablets, then February it was 3 tablets, and then the next month, 10 tablets. How much are you actually using per month? Every month is different. So which number are we going to choose? We pick the average. Okay. We take all those months, then we take the average of that. Is that clear? So that is your average monthly consumption. So how much you are using in a month. So again, this is average monthly consumption because that is a common unit. There's no reason why it has to be monthly. Okay. Maybe it's your house and you are talking about bread. Eh? Maybe it makes more sense for you to say average weekly consumption. In which case you just look at the weekly consumption, how much you are using per week. Okay, so don't get too rigid with this concept. It's just, if you look at it again, I did not respect this thing to give it capitalization or anything. This is not a thing. Eh? It's just an idea. I don't want you to get hung up on, AMC, no. Okay, we could decide to flip that and talk about average weekly consumption, and the idea should be the same. Okay, so focus more on what the person is actually saying, not the concept. Eh? How much you are using per month. That is important because if I want to order stock for the next month, I absolutely need to know this. Okay, if you are going to buy bread for a household, how do you just start buying bread and you don't know how much these people actually, if it's me, in one sitting, I will do a lot of damage to a loaf of bread. So one loaf of bread in a household where I live in is not enough. So if you do not know the consumption patterns, you are not going to make rational, decisions when you're procuring your medicines. Okay, so this is, if I say AMC, I mean the average monthly consumption. Okay, how would you get that? Well, you look at the months of data you have, and you look at the average. On average per month, how much are we actually using? And you can use that to project when you are making order. Again, we'll see how we use this concept just now. Another thing that you have to know is, well, normally you are, at your households, you just walk into Pick and Pay, buy bread and go back home. But in the pharmacy, you have to order the stock, then you wait for the stock to get to you, isn't it? Okay. So there is usually a delay. There's time between you ordering stock, you place your order, and you receiving that stock. You have to wait some time. Okay, so it depends. It really depends on where you are, how you get your stock. Okay, it can be anywhere from a few minutes to sometimes weeks or months. Okay, so we call that your lead time. Are we together? So when I say lead time, that means the time you have to wait from the time you place your order until you can receive that order. Okay, that time is, again, we'll see why we even bother with that in a moment just now. Okay, so the time, unless for some reason we specify exactly so, we will always measure time in months. Okay, so if it takes you 2 weeks to get your stock, then that is 0.5 months. That is half a month, isn't it? So that is what we are going to do. So no confusions there. If you see time for whatever, then we have to measure that generally in months. Okay. So that is your lead time, how much you have to wait from placing an order until you receive that order. Then there's the procurement period, which is just, again, this one is different from the other one. This is the how often you are essentially ordering. Okay, that is your procurement period. So you place an order today. When is the next order going to come? So your average time between 2 consecutive orders, that is your procurement period. Okay, it's different from the lead time is when you place your order and when you receive that order. Whereas your procurement period is the time between 2 consecutive orders. Is this one clear? Okay, if there's something that is not clear, that is strange, please stop me so we can work through it. So the next thing I want to then move on to is your very quickly your minimum stock and how you calculate this. So we have an equation that you're going to use to calculate your minimum stock. Again, an equation is a lazy way to write the definition of something. Okay, so an equation is a definition for that thing. It's not a different thing altogether. If you understand the definition of something, you should automatically know what the equation for that thing should be. Okay, so I want us to again have a very non-technical understanding of this. Understand what this weird equation here is saying to begin with. So, minimum stock. What is minimum stock? Let's start there. So, minimum stock is the, again, you could define it to yourself however way you want. For me, minimum stock is the stock level at which you must absolutely make an order if you do not want to run out. Okay, at this point, if you don't place an order now, then you in the near future you are going to run out of stock, essentially. Okay, and let's look at how we are calculating that here. Okay, so your minimum stock. Let's see if I can take this. So our minimum stock takes, we have to multiply the lead time by the average monthly consumption, and then we'll add something called, for now, let's ignore that thing there. Let's just work with this two. Okay, why does this equation look like that? This seems like a very random, you just take things and then we multiply them. Why? Your average monthly consumption is how much you use per month. Are we together? So if, for example, we use 10 tablets per month, that is our average monthly consumption. And our lead time for to make things convenient is 1 month. So we'll put 1 here. So 1 month. So our minimum stock is going to be 1 times 10. 1, which is the lead time. Once we place an order, we will have to wait a month for us to receive that order. Okay, and per month we use 10 tablets of this medicine. So why does this actually make sense to do it this way? Remember that if we, so this means your your minimum stock is going to be 1 times 10 is what? It's 10, isn't it? What this means is that when you get to 10, if you do not make an order when your stock level hits 10, you are almost certainly going to run out of stock at some point. Why? Because if you place an order when your stock is at 10, you only have 10 items left, okay? And you place your order on that day. How long are you going to wait for you to receive that order you have just placed? The lead time here is a month. So you'll have to wait a month for you to receive the stock that you just ordered. And in that month that you are waiting for you to receive stock, how much are you going to use? How much do we use per month? Our average monthly consumption, it's 10. So if you order now when you only have 10, that means by the time you're, assuming nothing goes wrong, okay, delivery shows up within a month, we get our stock. If you place the order now, the 10 items that we have now will have been finished during the month that we are waiting to receive the stock. And when they finish, we get our new stock. Okay, so that is the point. That is what that equation essentially is saying. That is why we are multiplying lead time by the average monthly consumption. Are we together? And you might be thinking, from the way I put it, that sounds very optimistic. Eh? Have you not heard of delays before? What if there are, delays? There's a question here. 1 month should be 28 days. Yes. Okay. Like, I don't know if you were here when I explained this. Again, we start from the beginning. Eh? A day is 24 hours. A week has 7 days. A month has 4 weeks. Okay, so 4 weeks of 7 days each is 28 days. That is why we standardize it as 28 days for a month. I hope that is clear. Oh, I see the question. Okay, so why are we not using 28 days? Because your average monthly consumption, that it says 10 units per month. Okay, so if you are saying per month, then you absolutely have to use months when you are using your lead time. You cannot multiply months times days. Okay, you have to convert everything into the same unit. Okay, sure, we could use the days if we wanted to. If you like things and you want to convert and work with days, you could do that and you get the same answer. But the key here is you have to be consistent. If you're going to use days, stick with days throughout. Okay, so if you're using months, everything that deals with time should be expressed in months.
Yeah. It's really most of them like a mistake. They start off with months and then further down then they convert to weeks or days. From marking your exam papers, we pick that up. So that's very important what you just said. Use the 1 and 2 out.
Okay, so you have to be very consistent here. Okay, so there are different ways you could go about calculations and all these things, and it's fine, eh? Whichever you are comfortable with. The only thing here is you have to be consistent. Whatever it is that you choose to do, you have to stick to it. Otherwise, if you change midway, you are going to have a problem. Okay, so this is the minimum stock point we've had. So if you order when you had 10 units, assuming nothing weird happens, then in the month that you are waiting for your stock to arrive, you will have those 10 units to use. And from our average monthly consumption, it says you will use 10 units in that month that you are waiting. So when you hit 0, ideally you should also receive your stock and service should continue. But nothing in the real world works like that. Okay, so what if the truck, breaks down on on your way to your pharmacy, what happens then? You run out of stock. So clearly you have to have some safety measure to prevent against such things. Okay, or so, there's a soccer team in your town that that weekend, and your consumption for this item, for a temporary period goes up, and now you run out before that month is finished. So how do we guard against this? We have what we call safety stock. Okay, so the safety stock is there to make sure that should anything weird happen with our procurement and delivery of items, we do not necessarily run out on the day that from our lead time and average monthly consumption suggests we should run out. So we call that the safety stock. Again, this safety stock, different facilities will have different rules for how they decide what the safety stock is. So in the calculations that you will come across, this will generally be given to you. You'll be told that the facility keeps a safety stock of this much. Okay, so that is the minimum stock. You take your lead time, you multiply it by your average monthly consumption, and then you add the your safety stock. Then you have your minimum stock that you need to keep at that facility. That means when you hit that level, you absolutely have to place an order. You can place an order at different intervals if you want, but when you reach your minimum stock, you have to place an order. You do not want your stock level going beyond this without an order being placed. Are there any questions on that? Okay, so that is your minimum stock. Again, safety stock, we have just explained what that is. Unless there are any questions on that. Then we have your maximum stock. We saw for the minimum stock where we don't want to run out of stock, and then you have your facility where there's nothing for any period of time of an item. We also have, the opposite of that is your maximum stock, which is the stock level where you do not want your stock to exceed. Okay, for various reasons. Okay, if you overstock, one of the most common things that will likely happen to you is you will have stock that will expire on your hands, and then you have you can't just cry back and say, I ordered stock that expired on me, take it back and give me my money. That is money you are losing. Okay, so how do we determine the maximum stock? Again, it has a similar intuitive interpretation to what we just saw for the minimum stock. The way we do this is you take your minimum stock and you add your average monthly consumption, you multiply this by your procurement period this time, not the lead time. Okay, so you know how much you use per month, and you know how often you order stock. Okay, so if you have let's say you are ordering stock every month, so your procurement period is a month. Let's say your procurement period is a month, 1 month, and your, again, as we saw for the other example, let's say our average monthly consumption is 10. Okay, so if you take this and then we add our minimum stock earlier, what was that? It was, well, we didn't have any safety stock set for that. Let's say our minimum stock is at 15. Okay, let's say our minimum stock is 15. So you take your minimum stock plus your procurement period, you are ordering every month, you multiply that by the average monthly consumption. Okay, there is no reason for you to stock, to accumulate stock when you know you can just order again next week. Why are you ordering for a year when you can order again next week? Again, these things will change for when different factors are taken into account, but generally you don't want to keep more stock than you necessarily have to keep. One reason being that you will always have a limit in how much stock you can actually keep at your facility. Okay, storage space will always be limited. Even if you wanted to, stock up for the next 100 years, you probably will have physical limitations that you cannot do that. So we take the minimum stock and we only add the average monthly consumption, how much we use in a month. We multiply that by how long we will have to wait to place another order again. So whatever, when you are at this maximum level of stock, naturally, by the time your next ordering day shows up, you should be at your minimum stock level. So that is generally the goal there. So you should go from your maximum stock to your minimum stock, and you should always stay within that range. I think there's a question here. See procurement. The procurement period, again, that is in time, we will express that in months. Again, unless you are dealing with a different, sure, you could use days for that, you could use any time period, but if you are going to use days, then your consumption also has to be converted into how much you consume per day, not per month. Okay, so it's fine. You can do whichever way you want to do it, just be consistent. If you're going to use days as your procurement period or your lead time, then your average consumption has to be calculated per day. So you will have an average daily consumption, not monthly consumption anymore. Are there any questions here? Yes.
So when you said the stock trade or stock part, how many years for January, February, March, April, May, get different numbers or different stock that we order. So now if that question pops up like that, what is our average day? Do we add up like the principle that Peter gave us? We take from the smallest to the biggest, and you determine what is your 5, so is it the 5, the middle number is the one that you pick and you use as your average monthly consumption, or how would you do it?
Okay, so because we are dealing, for this one, we are going to only use the average. Now, for the average, you don't need to arrange it in any way. You can just work with the data set as it is. So again, like you said, you just add up everything and you divide by how many, data points you have, how many months, you are getting this from. Okay, and then that is your average monthly consumption or average daily consumption, whichever way you are getting your data. Again, this is really the need to know parts of it. It gets complicated sometimes. You go in certain areas where they used 1 tablet, then 2 tablets, the next month, then 150 tablets, then 200, then they are down to 1 tablet. So sometimes it gets the consumption is not very uniform. So in those cases, again, that is a different discussion altogether, but there will be instances where the average is not a very good, an example is that. So an average is not very good at telling you what your monthly consumption looks like. So you might need to do something else, but here we will just simply use the average, that is it. So that is, you add up all the numbers, you divide them by how many they are, and that is your average monthly consumption. So the way you can think of the I'm not sure, is everyone having sound problems?
she was asking the question.
Oh, okay. So, what did I want to say? It's very important. I have to remember it. Yes, on your average, eh? So, well, Frida, went through how you calculate an average. So what an average basically is you're asking yourself, let's say you have, 6 months where obviously the consumptions are going to be different, or whatever data sets that are different. What an average is, you are simply asking if all these data points were to be the same. If I took all these numbers and I distributed them amongst all the months equally, what would each month have? That is what an average is. So we assume, let's say if she has, 5 bananas and she only has 1 banana, you might say, well, that is unfair. So if you were to distribute these bananas equally, how much would each get? Each would get 3. See, that is the average. Because if you take 1 plus 5, you get 6, you divide that by 2, you get 3. That is what an average is. If you were to take everything and then distribute it equally amongst whatever months or points you have, what would you have? That is an easy way to keep in mind what you are trying to do when you are looking at an average. So for these stock calculations, we will always use the average, this normal average. So if you are not going to do anything else, you don't need to order them from the lowest to the highest. You can just add all of them up and then you divide by how many they are. Okay, so that is our maximum stock. So we take the minimum, you add the plus the procurement period multiplied by the average monthly consumption. I do not want to go into any more detail than this. I think we have to look at examples. Yes, another point to keep in mind. You get these questions all the time. How much stock of aspirin do we have? Now, there are 2 ways to answer that. You could just tell someone, we have 3 containers. Now, unless I work at where you work, or saying 3 containers is, normally it makes sense because you're actually used to, you have some understanding of where this information is coming from. But saying I have 3 containers is usually a very useless piece of information. Because what is 3 containers? Is that enough? Is that a lot? Is that little? What is 3 containers? All together. So normally when someone asks, how much stock do you have? A better answer normally is to tell them how much time you get, how much stock at hand you have in terms of how long it will last you. Are we together? Telling me that you have a million vaccine doses is useless. But if you tell me this million vaccine doses will only last us until the end of the week, you see, that is a very different picture you are painting. Okay, because if I hear a million doses, I go, we have enough. But if you told the person this million doses will be done in the next 2 days, their reaction is going to be different. So we use, again, the average consumption comes into play here. So if you are using, say, okay, so let's say we are using, what is a nice number? Don't use 10. 10 is boring. You are using 15 units per, again, this could be boxes or tablets, I don't know. Okay, let's say tablets. You use 15 tablets per month. Okay, and you had on your, ask you to go and do stock taking, and then you come back and you see, okay, I did all my inventory, and on the shelves we have 45 tablets. Okay. So if I ask you, well, how many tablets do we have? You might just tell me, yes, we have 45 tablets, but that doesn't say anything to me. Okay. But if you told me now, based on our average monthly consumption here, how long can 45 tablets last us? 3 months, isn't it? Okay, 15 tablets is 1 month. Okay, again, these things that you guys like thinking, you are writing an exam and you are thinking, you are not a philosopher. If there's time to calculate, calculate, and don't try to do math in your head. Press the calculator. Stop, taking chances. Okay, you can just, do, this is 15 tablets. That would be 1 month, and then 45 tablets would be X. How many months would I have for 45 tablets? And then you will, you should get 3 months. Okay. So if instead of telling me that you have 45 tablets, you told me that we have 3 months of aspirin stock, you see, that is more useful generally than just saying 45 tablets. All together. Okay. So stock on hand, usually you will see this being quoted as the units that you have. Okay, you have 45 tablets or 10 boxes, whatever. But sometimes the working, again, this is working stock level or whatever. Again, the names here are not something for you to be memorizing or anything like that. So if someone asks for the working stock level, usually they, again, you can tell from that statement, working stock level, for how what stock are we working with here? So normally you will need to give this answer in months or in terms of time rather than how many you actually have. Is that clear? So don't get confused when you hear we have 3 months of stock on hand. Don't say the person is speaking rubbish. Okay, you need to understand the context of a statement like that. Is that clear? Okay, again, this is for you for this to be even relevant. You need to know what your average consumption is, whether it's daily consumption, whatever it is. Is there anything else for me to? So how much do you order? Well, your ordering date has arrived. How much do I order? So normally you order to your maximum, because that is what we define a maximum to be. That is, you order to your maximum, you have your maximum there. So whatever, when your ordering day comes, you look at your stock level, how much you have on hand, and then you look at what your maximum stock level for that particular item is, and then you just make up the difference. All together. If your maximum is 50 and you have, you have 30 on at hand, you order 20 more to get to the 50. All together. Now again, different facilities will have different ways in which they decide how much you order, but generally that is that would be the guiding principle. You order to your maximum. If the day comes and you need to order, you order to your maximum. But if it's not yet your ordering date and you hit your minimum, you must place an order still. All together. Okay. If you have set dates, each facility generally has set dates when they will place a main order. At that point, you just look at how much do we need to get to the maximum. However, an order can essentially be forced on you if your stock level hits the minimum before your ordering date even. At that point, you have to place an order, whether you want it or not. As long as you don't want to run out, you will need to place an order when you reach a minimum stock level. let's look at some examples. Billet, do you have the this is Frida. This is through one of this. This is not this one of the other ones maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I think it's fine. I'll use this.
I just want to say something on stock calculations. I always say to the students, this, in my opinion, is almost points given to you, because these calculations are not difficult, but what we find is that you make mistakes in the steps that you do in your calculations, and then the mistake has a ripple effect in some of the answers you give further down in your answer. But if you really just be very careful in doing it step by step and making sure you don't mix up the conversions that you have, like from days to months or months to day or whatever, then it's fairly easy calculations to be done. And the other thing is you need to understand what the question asks you. And Malima explained the definitions very well today. So when we say lead time, then immediately, without going to look at your definition, you need to know this is what it is, and my minimum stock is this, and my safety stock is this, and what is an average monthly consumptions, and that's basically what it boils down to. And from what I know is the formulas is also given to you in the exam. So it's not that you have to memorize it. It will be good for you to also know it, but it's given to you as well. So in that way, it also helps you.
So let's look at this example here. You can all see Sorry. Okay, can we go through this one very quickly? What is the average monthly consumption? What are you thinking? This is not a philosophy question. How much? So it's 184. Okay. Again, as mentioned, why would you fail this? These are free marks, eh? Of course, if you fail this in the pharmacy and you mess up someone's stock level, you deserve to be fired. Okay, so what do we do here? We add 220 plus 200 plus 123 plus 280 plus 180 plus 101. Okay, we get the sum and then we divide that by 6. Okay, then we have our average monthly consumption, which is 184 what? Yeah. What did I say about not respecting what one is? Eh? We are going to count 180 something, 3, but 3 of what? What is 1 here? You have to get that at the back of your mind. When you say 1, what is 1? 184 bottles, 100 ml bottles. Are we together? So this is that is how much we are using per month. Okay, so let's calculate our minimum, for this facility. They have 6 months of data. This is enough data for them to have some, to calculate, a reasonable minimum stock. So what is the minimum stock going to be here? Some people are doing okay. How do we calculate our minimum stock? So what is the lead time here? 2 weeks, good. 14 days. You are saying the same things. Don't try to be fancy here. Okay? .5, those are for the people who say it months. Some say it weeks, others are saying days. Whatever you say, you must stick to it. Okay, so we have first the safety stock. Is that mentioned here? How much safety stock do these people keep for this item? 200 bottles. So we have to, how do we calculate our minimum stock? Our lead time, which is 2 weeks, which is half a month, 0.5 months. Multiply that by 184. We'll add 200 to that. Okay, and what do you get? What is that? Why are you thinking? Why am I getting guessy answers? It's there. Press your calculator. Don't think here. This is not time to think. 292. Zoom people, you are quiet. I hope you are not thinking about what the answer is. Okay, so that is 292. Okay, so this is our minimum stock. When we get to 292 bottles in stock, we have to place an order. Okay, so the maximum stock, what is the maximum stock going to be? Maximum stock. Well, this is not parliament, eh? There's nothing to discuss here. How much? 384. We have 384 there. Let's see. So Zoom people, we have 384, 476. Hey. Please. So we have how many? We have 476, 476, 3 476, and 2 384s. What is the answer? I don't know. Where is the problem here? You press a calculator, it gives you the answer. You are done. You are not thinking about anything. The information is given to you. Why are you thinking? 384. Okay. Let's go through it together. So let's start with okay. What is our minimum stock? 292. Okay. What is our procurement period? What is the procurement period? Continue playing like that. Your procurement period is what? What is it? Yes, how often do you order? That is procurement period. Don't be simple. You must improve your language, not how often do you order every time. Ask, what is your procurement period every now and then? Okay, that is what it is. How often do you order? Once a month, from what I can read here. Okay, so your procurement period is one month. Okay, so then let's go. So we have, well, what is the equation? It's the minimum stock plus the product of your procurement period and average monthly consumption. Yes. So let's have 292 here plus our procurement period is what? 1. Multiply that by what is our average monthly consumption? 184. What is the answer? 4. 476.
You write out the words of the combination.
Where is the confusion here? Now you know. Okay, so there's a difference between your lead time and your procurement period. Let's see what this Zoom parliament is saying. We have 476 here, 676, 384. This 384, they must explain themselves. Oh, that is too far. Okay, I think we can continue. Again, just keep in mind there's a difference between your lead time and your procurement period. Your procurement period is how often you order. Okay, the lead time is how long you have to wait for your order to arrive. Okay, so you did some stock taking on the 15th of July. Then you found you have 384 bottles on your shelves. How many months of stock is this? You are discussing and thinking, which is always a problem. Only philosophers are allowed to think when they are asked a question. No one else should be thinking when asked a question if they know what they are doing. 2 months. Where did the 2 months come from? You are thinking, where did it come from? Okay, let's start over again. Did you understand what I'm asking you here? Now, why are you wasting everyone's time pretending like you are thinking? You did not understand. Stop there. Don't force things. Okay? You have to be honest when you do not understand the language there. Okay? This does not make any sense to me, but you're still attempting to answer. Okay? This Zoom parliament, let's see what they are saying. 1 month. Okay, we'll see. So what is this question asking you? You have stock. Okay, you did stock taking. You found you have 384 on your shelves. This is your 384 bottles of stock. How many months are they going to last? That is the question. Are we together? That is what months of stock means. Okay, this is just, I'm essentially asking you, express this 384 in language that makes a bit more sense. How many months, how long is this 384 going to last us? Should we be worrying about stockouts or are we fine? How many months is this? What are you thinking about? I'm hearing guesses. I am not seeing anyone calculating anything. We have 2 months, 1 month, 1.92. Okay, you people like debating, eh? There's nothing to debate here. How many bottles will last you 1 month? 184 bottles are going to last you 1 month. How many months are 384 bottles going to last? 2 months. Okay, how did you get the 2 months? You divide by 184. Where's the confusion here? So 384 divided by 184, you get 2. Okay. Now, I personally don't like this, your thinky way of doing things. As some of you might be aware, I did not see anyone cross multiplying here. To me, that means you like taking chances. Okay. Simply cross multiply it out. Yes, I mean, the way you got the answer is cross multiplying, but I'm sure your brain did not see it that way. So cross multiply and confirm it. Okay, 1 month, 184. 384 will be X months. You find how many months that would be. Are we together? If you cross multiply, you do not have to think. Okay? Oh, I have to show you. Of course, I will show you now. Let's see how you would. I'll get rid of all these other things for now. Okay, so we have 184 bottles will last you 1 month. That is your average monthly consumption. Okay, we have on our shelves 384 bottles. How many months is that going to last? Okay, we cross multiply. Okay, so this becomes 384. That there will be 184x. So to find x, we have to divide by 184 both sides. So 384, divide that by 184, we get 2. Are we all together? Is everyone fine? This cross multiplying thing, it's going to save your life. Eh? Please use it more often. Because when you cross multiply, you are dealing with organizing information. Okay, sometimes you do not necessarily have to completely understand everything to do the correct computation. Okay, computers don't understand anything and they can calculate things. Okay, so if you are not going to understand something, at the very least, you should be able to do the correct computations for it. Okay, so most of you just went straight to 384 over 184 because you are fancy, whatever. Please cross multiply. Okay, whatever you have, everything works in ratios and in proportions. Cross multiplying helps a lot. Okay, sometimes you will need to cross multiply 10 times or 4 times for you to get to the correct answer, which is very tedious. So we give you an equation like C1 V1 and all these equations. But at no point should you think that those equations are essential. You can do everything those equations can with this cross multiplying if you understand what is going on. Okay, so those equations are just a condensed version of your logical thinking. So let's with the last there's one more question here. We are thinking. This is a fairly straightforward 1 + 1 thing. 80. How did you do that? You subtract what? Thank you. Okay. So all this your things that you like to write, fancy symbols and things. If I don't understand what you are doing, me, I'll fail you. Okay. If at all you are not sure about something, my friend, you know how to write. Write it out. Maximum stock minus. Write the whole thing out. Okay. Is that clear? So that the most important thing is to communicate what you are trying to do. So if I understand what you're trying to do, I might be able to see where you went wrong, or if you choose to do things differently, I'm more inclined to understand what you're doing. Are we together? So we are going to subtract the current stock from what does the question say? There's a question here. Why do you work with 2 months supply instead of 184? So this is, I guess, on this question here. I'm not sure I understand exactly what the question is asking. If you are asking why we choose to express it in months rather than the absolute units quantity that you have, that is because months give you more information essentially. If I tell you you have 2 months, the stock you have will last you 2 months, that gives you a better idea than me just saying to you, you have 200 bottles. Okay, so those 200 bottles, I might think, oh, those are enough, but at this pharmacy, those will be done within an hour of opening. So if that answers the question, and otherwise, okay. Let's work through that again. Where's that 184 coming from? Maybe it's because I erased the things. That is my fault. Okay, so we start here. What is the average monthly consumption? We are given this data here, and we calculate the average monthly consumption. So the way we do that is we add up all the consumption for all the individual months, and then we divide that by 6. We find the average across the 6 months. Okay. And if you do that, if you add the 220, 200, all this, you divide by 6, you should get 184, isn't it? You will get 184 bottles per month. So that means at this pharmacy, for this particular this amoxicillin, they use 184 bottles of amoxicillin per month. Okay, and we used this to calculate the minimum stock, which we said, well, we take the safety stock of, that is 200. We add to that the lead time, which is half a month. We multiply this by 184, which is our monthly consumption, to get, what was the answer here? 292 bottles. Okay, and then we went on to calculate the maximum stock, where we take the minimum stock of 292, add to that your procurement period, that is how often you're ordering, that is every month, so 1 month. We multiply that by the 184, give us 476. Okay, and then on 15 July here, the pharmacy had 384 bottles of amoxicillin in the pharmacy. Okay, so the question here is, how many months of stock does this correspond to? In other words, how long will 384 bottles of amoxicillin last in this pharmacy? Okay, and again, we went through the cross multiplication version of it, which ultimately comes to the 384. We divide that by the how much you use per month, okay, which is 184, to give us 2 months. Okay, at the rate that the amoxicillin consumption at this facility, 384 will be finished in 2 months' time. Okay, and then again on the 31st of July, you did some inventory, you did your stock taking in preparation for your ordering, and you see that, well, you had at that time 304 bottles of amoxicillin. Let me just move this out of the way. Now everything has moved. Okay, let's, yeah, so I think we can, I'll leave it on screen. So the next question is asking, on the ordering day, if you had 304, how much are you supposed to order? Okay, the general principle for ordering is you order up to your maximum. Are we together? So you have 304 in stock on your day of ordering. Okay, how many do you need to add to this to get to your maximum? Okay, what is your maximum? 476. Okay, how much do you need to add to 304 to get to 476? How much is that? 172. Okay, so that is what you order. We have lost you there. You have 304 bottles in stock. It's your ordering day. Okay, you need to order stock. How much are you going to order? Very good question. Okay, why would you order on 31 July if you do not have to order? Okay, so the reason for this, again, if you work like you guys do in a retail pharmacy setting, this is a very valid point. Why are you ordering? You still have stock. Why don't you wait until you get to your minimum and then order then? Normally that would be perfectly acceptable. But under certain systems, like in state, you don't just order when you want. You can't just wake up one day inside, I'm ordering amoxicillin today because we don't have. You have a set date when you can order. So your order date has come. You are still below your maximum. So you can just top up to your maximum. But in a retail pharmacy setting, you wouldn't need to order at this point. You could wait until you go to 292 and then order then. Okay, but 304 and 292 is not that far anyways. You might still order then, but you do not need to order now. But if you have to order now, you order up to your maximum. Really, the point here is that whatever stock level you have when you decide to order, you have to order up to your maximum. Okay, you don't necessarily have to order, but if you should decide to order, you order up to your maximum. In the exam, yes. If they ask you how much you have to order, then that means you need to make an order at that point. Okay, so giving that answer should be fine, should be correct. Okay, unless of course, well, I don't think they would want to trick you like that. But if I told you that when you made your you did your stock taking, you find that your stock level is at 476, how much are you going to order then? Then I'm trying to trick you. You don't order anything, you're already at your maximum stock level. But again, that would be a tricky question. I don't expect that they would do anything like that. So if they ask a question on how much you order, you simply answer it as such based on the maximum that you have. This is fine.
I'll send you some extra examples.
Okay, so there's again you generally have like 2 or so only concepts that are going to keep repeating themselves with these calculations. From yeah, if don't worry too much. Okay, that is the problem here. You guys are so worried. You are very tense. You think, no. Okay, you must relax. That is why you have to get into once you get into a routine, then the time thing becomes very reasonable. I mean, sometimes they are trying to stress you to see to simulate how it would work when there's a patient shouting at you. But you have to have a routine for how you work through a question. Okay, that is why I said this your cross multiplication thing is important. It's not whatever fancy equation you have, if it works for you, fine. Me and you will not have a discussion about your formulas and things. I don't like them. If it works for you, it does. But cross multiplication is how you handle any calculation. You can take the most advanced calculation in quantum mechanics and you can handle it with cross multiplication. That is if you understand what you are doing. Okay? The good thing with cross multiplication is sometimes you might not be very clear on really what is happening, but with just keeping a level head and putting information where it should be and just being consistent. Milliliters should be on this side, keep milliliters on the same side. Making sure that you don't have you are not working with different units for the same thing. You will always get, the point is with cross multiplication, it is guaranteed you will always get the correct answer. Without anything else, if you don't misbehave and put milligrams and grams and anything like that, you will get the correct answer. So you can stop stressing. Okay? You have to cross multiply. If you don't like cross multiplication, sure, you can work with your own method, which is fine. I don't want you thinking. You have to process the information. I have given you the concentration for something. Because I'm not going to trick you with any, if there's a trick question, then some way a moderator will find that out and then they will deal with that. No one is going to trick you. Okay? You will be told, I want hand disinfectant, which is ethanol 70%. I only have 96% ethanol. How do I dilute these two things? I will give you the information. So you don't need to worry about where is the information going to come from. No, the information will be there. You just take the information, you put it, you essentially just arrange the information, and then that should sort itself out. Are we together? So stop freaking out. You'll be fine. It's recording.